The autumn evening had settled over Hogwarts Castle like a velvet cloak, bringing with it the particular stillness that came only in the weeks after the first frost. Outside, the Scottish Highlands stretched dark and vast beneath a sky scattered with early stars, but down in the dungeons, the world contracted to something altogether more intimate, a realm of flickering shadows, ancient stone, and the peculiar comfort found only in places deep within the earth. The potions classroom occupied one of the dungeon's most secluded corners, far enough from the great hall that the usual cacophony of student life faded to nothing more than a distant memory. Here, thick stone walls held centuries of secrets, their surfaces cool and slightly damp to the touch, bearing the marks of countless students who had passed through over the generations. Sconces lined the walls at irregular intervals, their flames dancing behind clouded glass that softened the light to an amber glow, casting long shadows that moved with hypnotic slowness across the flagstone floor. Professor Severus Snape stood at the front of the classroom, a figure of perfect stillness amid the gentle chaos of bubbling cauldrons and shifting shadows. His black robes hung motionless, undisturbed by the currents of warm air that rose from the various brewing stations scattered throughout the room. The fireplace behind his desk crackled softly, its flames the deep orange of burning applewood, releasing a faint sweetness that mingled with the more complex aromas already permeating the space. A handful of students had gathered this evening, not for a regular lesson, but for something rather different. The notice had appeared on the common room boards 3 days prior, written in Snape's distinctive, angular script. Advanced Potions Revision. Theoretical and practical exploration of restorative drafts. Wednesday evening, 7 o'clock. Those with genuine interest in the subtler aspects of potion making may attend. It was not a summons. Not quite. But the phrasing carried the weight of invitation from a professor who rarely extended such things, and so they had come, a Ravenclaw 6th year with dark circles beneath her eyes from too many late nights studying, a Hufflepuff 4th year whose fascination with herbology naturally extended to potion ingredients, and a Slytherin 7th year who simply appreciated excellence in any form. They had settled at the workbenches near the front, each before a pristine cauldron that gleamed dully in the firelight. The usual classroom clutter had been cleared away. No half-written instructions cluttered the blackboard. No abandoned quills or crumpled parchment littered the floor. Everything had been arranged with deliberate care, creating an atmosphere of focused tranquility that felt almost sacred. Snape allowed the silence to deepen for several moments longer, his dark eyes moving across the assembled students with an expression that might have been approval, though it was difficult to say for certain. When he finally spoke, his voice emerged low and measured, each word given its full weight, the consonants crisp, and the vowels drawn out just enough to create a rhythm that was oddly soothing. "This evening," he began, "we will not be brewing for marks. We will not be racing against time, nor will we be competing for house points." He paused, one long finger tapping thoughtfully against the edge of his desk. "Instead, we shall explore a particular branch of potion making that is often overlooked in standard curriculum, the art of restorative drafts. Potions designed not to transform or to cure specific ailments, but rather to restore balance, to calm, to soothe, to grant the body and mind the respite they require to heal themselves. The Ravenclaw girl leaned forward slightly, her quill poised above a fresh sheet of parchment. Snape's gaze flickered toward her, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but something less severe than his usual expression. "You may take notes if you wish, Miss Clearwater," he said quietly. "Though I would suggest that tonight, observation might prove more valuable than transcription. The subtleties we shall be examining are not easily captured in written form." Penelope Clearwater nodded, setting her quill aside with visible reluctance. Beside her, the Hufflepuff student, a boy named Jonathan Finch, folded his hands on the workbench, his round face open and attentive. The Slytherin, Marcus Belby, simply waited, his posture relaxed, but his eyes sharp. Snape moved to the front workbench, where a larger cauldron sat over a low flame. The pewter surface caught the firelight, seeming to glow from within. He rested one hand on the cauldron's rim, his movements unhurried and precise. "We shall begin with the calming draught," he announced, his voice taking on the particular cadence he used when settling into a lecture that genuinely interested him. A potion that appears deceptively simple in most standard texts, yet requires considerable finesse to brew correctly. Its purpose is precisely what its name suggests: to induce a state of calm in the drinker, to quiet an overactive mind, to ease the physical manifestations of anxiety and stress. As he spoke, Snape began retrieving ingredients from the shelves behind him. Each item he selected was handled with careful deliberation: a bunch of fresh lavender, its purple bloom still vibrant, despite the late season; a collection of peppermint leaves, their scent sharp and clarifying; a small vial containing what appeared to be fragments of something pale and leathery. "The foundation of any calming draught," Snape continued, laying the ingredients on the workbench in a precise arrangement, "lies in understanding the sympathetic properties of its components. We do not simply combine ingredients because a recipe demands it. We must comprehend why each element contributes to the whole, how they interact, where the choice of magic truly resides in the synthesis." He lifted the lavender, holding it so that the firelight illuminated the delicate structure of the flowers. Lavender has been used for millennia in both Muggle and magical contexts to promote tranquility. The ancient Romans scattered it in their bathhouses. Medieval herbalists prescribed it for melancholy, but the magical properties extend beyond mere aromatherapy. Lavender, when properly prepared, contains trace amounts of essence that resonates with the neural pathways associated with contentment and peace. It does not force calm upon the drinker. That would be closer to a sleeping draught or a sedative. Rather, it reminds the body of what calm feels like, providing a pathway back to that state. The students watched as Snape's long fingers stripped individual blooms from the stems, collecting them in a small mortar. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, each action flowing naturally into the next. "Peppermint," he said, selecting several of the leaves and adding them to the mortar. "Serves a complementary function. Where lavender soothes, peppermint clarifies. It cuts through the fog that often accompanies distress, allowing the mind to focus without the anxiety that frequently accompanies such focus. Together, these two herbs create a foundation, comfort paired with clarity." The pestle began its work, grinding the herbs with a gentle, circular motion. The sound was rhythmic, almost hypnotic, the the soft scraping of stone against stone, the faint crushing of plant matter. As the leaves broke down, their oils released, filling the immediate area with a scent that was both calming and invigorating, a contradiction that somehow balanced perfectly. The third primary ingredient, Snape continued, still grinding as he spoke, is perhaps less pleasant to contemplate, yet no less essential. Crocodile heart, dried and powdered. He indicated the vial of pale fragments. Crocodiles are creatures of remarkable calm in their natural state. They can remain motionless for hours, days even, conserving energy, waiting with infinite patience. This quality, this profound stillness, is captured in the heart tissue when properly preserved. A pinch of powdered crocodile heart anchors the potion, prevents it from being merely pleasant but ineffective. It provides substance, duration, genuine physiological effect. Jonathan Finch raised his hand tentatively. Snape's gaze shifted to him, one eyebrow lifting in acknowledgement. "Yes, Mr. Finch?" "Professor, how do you determine the correct proportion of the crocodile heart? The textbook only says a measure of powdered crocodile heart, but that seems rather vague." For a moment, something that might have been approval flickered across Snape's features. An excellent question. The texts are indeed frustratingly imprecise on this point, and with good reason. The correct measure varies depending on multiple factors: the freshness of the other ingredients, the ambient, temperature, even the emotional state of the brewer, as your own tension or calm can influence the potion's development. What you must learn is not to follow a fixed measurement, but to observe, to understand what the potion is telling you as it brews. He set aside the mortar, its contents now a fragrant paste of green and purple, and turned his attention to the cauldron. With a practiced gesture, he adjusted the flame beneath it, bringing the fire down to barely more than a whisper of heat. Then, from a crystal flask, he poured what appeared to be pure spring water into the pewter vessel. The water caught the light, crystalline and clear, settling into the cauldron with the faintest of sounds. "We begin with water collected during the new moon," Snape explained, his voice taking on that particular quality of someone sharing knowledge they truly valued. Water at its most receptive state, unburdened by the moon's influence, ready to accept and hold the properties we shall imbue it with. Standard tap water would suffice for a crude approximation, but for a true calming draught, one that will genuinely serve its purpose, we must attend to these details. The students watched as the water began to warm, tiny bubbles forming along the bottom of the cauldron, though not yet rising to break the surface. The dungeon's ambient sounds seemed to fade further. The distant drip of water from the ceiling, the occasional pop from the fireplace, even the soft breathing of the assembled group, all of it becoming part of a larger tapestry of quiet. "Potion making," Snape said softly, almost as if speaking to himself, "is perhaps the most meditative of the magical arts. Transfiguration is sudden, dramatic. Charms require force of will and clarity of intention. Even herbology, patient as it is, deals with living things that have their own urgency, their own timeline. But potions require you to surrender to time itself, to accept that certain processes cannot be rushed, that heat must transfer slowly, that ingredients must steep and merge according to their own nature, not your impatience." He added the lavender and peppermint paste to the warming water. using a silver spoon to distribute it evenly. Immediately, the scent intensified, the steam rising from the cauldron, carrying the herb's essence throughout the classroom. The Ravenclaw girl closed her eyes briefly, breathing deeply, and even Marcus Belby's usually guarded expression softened slightly. The water will draw out the herb's properties over the next 20 minutes, Snape continued, his voice maintaining that same measured, almost hypnotic quality. During this time, we do not stir, we do not add heat. We simply allow the process to unfold. The lavender will release its calming essence. The peppermint will contribute its clarity. The water will become a medium, a carrier for these properties, transforming from mere liquid into something with genuine restorative potential. He moved to stand beside the cauldron, one hand resting lightly on the workbench beside it, his posture relaxed in a way the students rarely witnessed during regular classes. In the flickering light, with the aromatic steam rising around him, Severus Snape looked less like the forbidding professor of daily lessons and more like what he truly was, a master of his craft, someone who had devoted decades to understanding the subtle art of combining ingredients to create something greater than their sum. While we wait, he said, it would be worthwhile to consider why such a potion is necessary. In the wizarding world, we have access to magic that can accomplish remarkable things. We can heal injuries that would be fatal to muggles. We can communicate across vast distances instantaneously. We can even, with sufficient skill, extend life itself. Yet we cannot simply vanish stress, cannot wave a wand and eliminate anxiety or fear or the weight of exhaustion. Why do you suppose that is? The question hung in the air, genuine rather than rhetorical. Penelope Clearwater spoke first, her voice thoughtful. Because those things aren't external to us, Professor. They're part of how we process the world. You can't charm away something that's intrinsic to consciousness itself. Snape nodded slowly. Precisely. And this is why restorative potions occupy such an important place in magical healing. They do not force a change upon the drinker. They do not override the natural processes of mind and body. Instead, they provide support, create conditions under which the individual can find their own equilibrium. It is a subtle distinction, but a crucial one. The cauldron's contents had begun to shift in color, the clear water taking on a very faint purple tinge as the lavender released its essence. The scent had deepened, become richer, more complex. Underneath the obvious notes of herbs, there was something else, a kind of warmth, a suggestion of comfort that went beyond simple aromatics. Jonathan Finch leaned forward, studying the potion with evident fascination. "It's beautiful," he said quietly, then seemed to catch himself, as if embarrassed by the observation. But Snape merely glanced at him, and there was no mockery in his expression. "It is," he agreed simply. One of the often overlooked aspects of potion making is aesthetic consideration. A well-brewed potion should be pleasing to observe. The colors should be clean, the consistency appropriate. These are not merely cosmetic concerns. They are indicators that the magic is working as it should, that the synthesis is proceeding correctly. He checked a pocket watch, noting the time with a slight nod, then returned his attention to the cauldron. The 20 minutes had passed, though none of the students had noticed the time moving. The steam rising from the potion had taken on an almost visible quality in the dim light. Swirling patterns that seemed almost purposeful in their movement. "Now," Snape said, reaching for the vial of crocodile heart. "We add the anchoring ingredient. Watch carefully. The amount, the manner of addition, and the timing all matter significantly." He opened the vial and with extraordinary care tapped just the smallest amount of pale powder into his palm. It couldn't have been more than what would fit on the tip of a quill. Holding his hand over the cauldron's center, he allowed the powder to fall, watching as it drifted down through the steam and touched the purple-tinted water below. The effect was immediate and striking. Where the powder contacted the liquid, tiny spirals formed, spreading outward in perfectly symmetrical patterns. The purple color deepened, became richer, more substantial, and the scent shifted again, less bright now, more grounded, as if the potion had acquired weight and presence it had lacked before. "There," Snape said softly, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Do you see? The crocodile heart doesn't merely add to the potion. It transforms the existing elements, helps them coalesce into something unified. Without it, we would have pleasant-smelling water with mild, relaxant properties. With it, we have a true calming draught, something that can genuinely restore peace to a troubled mind." He lifted a glass stirring rod from the workbench and lowered it into the cauldron. 3 stirs, clockwise, at precisely this speed, he instructed, demonstrating with movements so smooth they seemed effortless. Not to mix, the potion has already integrated, but to set the magic, to seal the intention into the liquid itself. As he stirred, the potion seemed to glow briefly from within, a soft lavender light that pulsed once, twice, 3 times, then settled. When he withdrew the stirring rod, the liquid clung to it for just a moment before sliding cleanly back into the cauldron, leaving the glass perfectly clear. "Complete," Snape announced, extinguishing the flame beneath the cauldron with a wave of his hand. "A properly brewed calming draught. It will need to cool for another hour before bottling, but the active brewing is finished." He stepped back, regarding the potion with the same critical eye he might turn on a student's essay, then seemed satisfied. Turning to his small class, he folded his arms, his expression thoughtful. "This is our foundation for the evening," he said. "Understanding the principles demonstrated here, the careful selection of ingredients, the attention to timing, the recognition that we are facilitating natural processes rather than forcing magical compliance. These same principles will apply to each potion we examine tonight. Whether we are brewing for calm, for sleep, for vigor, or for transformation, the fundamental approach remains constant. Patience, observation, and respect for the inherent properties of our materials." The fire crackled softly in the hearth. The cooling potion released gentle wisps of fragrant steam. And in the dungeon classroom, far beneath the castle, where students laughed and studied and lived their ordinary lives, this small group gathered around the ancient art of potion making found themselves experiencing something rare in academic settings. The sense that they were not merely learning information, but being initiated into something deeper, something that connected them to centuries of practitioners who had stood in similar rooms, over similar cauldrons, pursuing the same patient magic. Snape moved to the shelf where other ingredients waited, his black robes whispering against the stone floor. "Next," he said, his voice carrying that same measured, almost soothing quality. we shall consider a potion of greater complexity, yet one that shares certain fundamental characteristics with the calming draught. The draught of living death may be the more famous sleeping potion, but for our purposes this evening, we shall examine its gentler cousin, the dreamless sleep potion. And as he began to select new ingredients, the students settled more comfortably on their stools, the dungeon's cool air no longer feeling quite so cold, the shadows no longer quite so deep. There was comfort here, in this ancient space, in this patient work, in the quiet voice of a master sharing his craft with those who had come to learn. The evening stretched ahead of them, full of possibility and knowledge, and somewhere far above, the castle settled into its own evening rhythms, unaware of the small magic being worked in the dungeons below. The newly brewed calming draught sat cooling in its pewter cauldron, releasing occasional wisps of lavender-scented steam that curled upward like gentle spirits before dissipating into the dungeon's cool air. Professor Snape had moved it to a side table, where it would rest undisturbed while he turned his attention to a deeper exploration of the potion's history and nuances, the kind of knowledge rarely found in textbooks, passed down instead through generations of skilled brewers who understood that true mastery came not from following instructions, but from comprehending the why beneath the how. He returned to his position at the front of the classroom, his movements as unhurried as before, and for a moment simply stood in silence, his dark eyes reflecting the firelight as he gathered his thoughts. The three students waited, having already learned that Snape's silences were as purposeful as his words, that he was not hesitating, but rather selecting precisely the right way to convey what came next. "The calming draught," he began finally, his voice taking on a tone that suggested he was about to share something he considered genuinely valuable, "has origins that stretch back far beyond the establishment of standardized potion making as we know it today. Before the publication of formal texts, before even Hogwarts itself existed, healers in various parts of the world were independently discovering combinations of herbs and magical ingredients that could soothe the mind and body." He moved to the blackboard and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a simple illustration, a medieval monastery, its outline rendered in silver chalk that glowed faintly in the dim light. In Britain, the earliest documented version of what we would recognize as a calming draught comes from 12th century monastic records. Monks who practiced both prayer and healing arts discovered that certain herbs, when prepared according to specific lunar phases and combined with particular magical catalysts, could ease the suffering of those afflicted with what they called unquiet spirits, what we might today recognize as anxiety, melancholia, or the after effects of trauma. Penelope Clearwater leaned forward, her academic interest clearly piqued. "Did they use the same ingredients we do now, Professor? The lavender and peppermint?" "Similar, but not identical," Snape replied, seeming pleased by the question. "Lavender, yes. It has been a constant throughout nearly every iteration of the potion across different cultures. The plant's properties are too perfectly suited to the purpose to have been overlooked by any competent herbalist, but the other components varied considerably depending on what was locally available and what magical traditions informed the brewer's work." He waved his wand again, and new images appeared on the board. Various plants, roots, and what appeared to be small creatures, each labeled in that same luminous script. In Eastern Europe, brewers favored valerian root combined with essence of dittany. In the Mediterranean regions, they used chamomile and extracted oils from specific cypress trees that grew only in sacred groves. The Far East developed variants using chrysanthemum and peony, sometimes adding powdered pearl for its calming luster. Marcus Belby spoke for the first time, his voice thoughtful, but they all achieved the same basic effect, despite using different ingredients. Precisely, Snape confirmed, which tells us something crucial about the nature of this particular potion. Unlike, say, polyjuice or felix felicis, where the exact ingredients are absolutely critical to achieving the specific magical effect, the calming draught operates on broader principles. It is about finding the right combination of soothing, clarifying, and anchoring elements. The specific plants matter less than their properties and how they interact. He dismissed the images with another wave, returning the blackboard to its blank state. The version we brew today represents a synthesis of these various traditions, refined over centuries through the work of countless brewers, each contributing their own observations and improvements. The addition of crocodile heart as an anchoring agent, for instance, was not documented until the 16th century, when a Scottish potioneer named Elspeth Carmichael published her treatise on restorative draughts. Jonathan Finch had pulled out a small notebook, despite Snape's earlier suggestion about observation over note-taking, and was scribbling furiously. Snape noticed, but made no comment, instead continuing his discourse as he began to walk slowly around the classroom, his robes creating soft whispers against the stone floor. Carmichael's innovation was significant because it addressed one of the primary limitations of earlier versions of the potion, he explained. Prior formulations worked well enough, but their effects were brief, sometimes lasting only an hour or two before the drinker's natural anxiety reasserted itself. By adding the crocodile heart, Carmichael created a potion whose effects could last 6 to 8 hours, long enough to allow the body's own regulatory systems to reset, to break the cycle of sustained stress. He paused beside one of the shelves, running his finger along the spine of a particularly ancient-looking volume. Her work was initially dismissed by the established potion-making community. They considered the addition of animal components to a primarily herbal potion to be crude, unsophisticated. It took nearly 50 years before her formulation gained acceptance, and another century before it became the standard we teach today. There was something in his tone, a faint note of sympathy, perhaps, or recognition, that suggested Snape himself understood what it meant to have one's innovations dismissed or overlooked. The moment passed quickly, but the students had heard it, and it made their usually intimidating professor seem suddenly more human, more real. Let us return now to the specific ingredients in our current formulation, Snape said, moving back toward the cooling cauldron. Not merely their names and measurements, but their deeper properties. What makes them work, why they are combined in this particular way. He lifted the remaining sprigs of lavender from the workbench, holding them up to the light. In the gentle illumination, the purple flowers seemed to glow with their own subtle radiance. Lavandula angustifolia, true English lavender. The Muggles prize it for its scent and use it in everything from soap to sachets tucked into linen closets. They have discovered, through their own empirical methods, that it promotes relaxation and can ease headaches. What they cannot know, lacking the ability to perceive magical properties, is that lavender exists in a state of perpetual, gentle vibration. He paused, noting the confused expressions on 2 of the 3 faces before him. Penelope, however, looked intrigued rather than puzzled. "What do you mean by vibration, Professor?" Jonathan asked, his quill poised above his notebook. "All living things possess what we might call a magical frequency," Snape explained, his tone taking on the particular quality he used when discussing theoretical concepts. "It is not something you can see or hear in the conventional sense, but it can be felt by those trained to perceive it. Most plants vibrate quite rapidly. They are full of growth energy, constantly reaching towards sunlight, drawing nutrients from soil, responding to their environment. But lavender vibrates slowly, steadily, like a deep breath or a slow heartbeat. When consumed, either as a tea or as part of a potion, this slow vibration begins to influence the drinker's own magical frequency, encouraging their system to slow down, to match the lavender's peaceful rhythm." The students absorbed this, and Snape allowed them a moment to consider the implications before continuing. He set down the lavender and picked up several of the peppermint leaves, their green still vibrant, their scent sharp even without crushing. Peppermint, by contrast, vibrates more quickly, but it is a focused, directional vibration rather than the chaotic energy found in, say, bouncing bulb roots or Chinese chomping cabbages. Think of lavender as inducing a slow, deep wave, and peppermint as creating a clear, straight arrow. Together, they create balance. The lavender slows and soothes, preventing the mind from racing. The peppermint maintains clarity, preventing the drowsiness or mental fog that excessive calm can sometimes induce. Marcus Belby had been listening with obvious fascination, and now he posed a question that showed he was thinking beyond the immediate lesson. "Is this why the calming draught doesn't make people feel sedated or dull? I've seen students take it before examinations, and they seem relaxed but still alert." "Exactly so, Mr. Belby," Snape replied, and there was definite approval in his voice now. A common misconception about anxiety is that its opposite is drowsiness or lack of awareness. In truth, genuine calm is a state of relaxed alertness. The mind is clear, the body is at ease, but one remains fully present and capable. The calming draught, properly brewed, induces precisely this state. It is why healers at St. Mungo's often administer it before difficult conversations with patients, or why it is given to witnesses before they provide testimony in legal proceedings. It allows people to function at their best, unhampered by the physiological effects of stress. He returned his attention to the cooling potion, checking its temperature with a practiced hand hovering just above the surface. Apparently satisfied, he continued his explanation. The third component, the crocodile heart, operates on an entirely different principle. Unlike the herbs, which influence through their inherent vibrations and chemical properties, the crocodile heart works through what we call sympathetic magic. The crocodile, as I mentioned earlier, is a creature of extraordinary patience and stillness. It can lie in wait for days, barely moving, its metabolism slowed to a point that would be fatal for most creatures. This quality of profound, sustainable calm is embedded in the very tissue of its body, most concentrated in the heart. Penelope raised her hand tentatively. "Professor, when you say embedded, is it a magical property, or is it something physical?" in the organ itself. Snape's expression suggested he was pleased with the sophistication of the question. The distinction between magical and physical becomes somewhat meaningless at this level of potion making, Miss Clearwater. Is the crocodile's calm a magical property? Yes, in the sense that it can be transferred to a potion and then to a drinker through magical means. Is it physical? Also yes, in that it resides in actual tissue that can be harvested, dried, and powdered. The two aspects are inseparable. He moved to a cabinet and withdrew a small glass container, which he brought back to the workbench. Inside, visible through the clear glass, were fragments of dried tissue, pale and leathery in appearance. This is crocodile heart, properly preserved. The preservation method itself is crucial. The organ must be dried slowly over the course of many weeks in a location with consistent temperature and very low humidity. If the drying is too rapid, the tissue becomes brittle and loses its magical properties. Too slow, and decay begins before preservation is complete. The students leaned in to examine the container, their earlier hesitation about the less pleasant aspects of potion ingredients apparently overcome by genuine curiosity. Jonathan even dared to ask, "How is the heart harvested, Professor? Do potion suppliers keep crocodiles specifically for this purpose?" "They do," Snape confirmed, "though it is a highly regulated practice. The crocodiles must be kept in conditions that allow them to live as naturally as possible. Artificial environments create stress, and stressed crocodiles produce organs with diminished or even contrary magical properties. When a crocodile dies naturally, which can take many decades given their longevity, the heart is harvested within hours. It is actually one of the more ethically sourced potion ingredients, as no creature is harmed specifically for the purpose." He set the container aside and gestured toward the cooling cauldron. "When we add the powdered heart to our potion, we are introducing this quality of sustainable, patient calm into the mixture. The lavender and peppermint have created a foundation, a state of soothed alertness. The crocodile heart anchors this state, gives it duration and depth, transforms a pleasant but temporary effect into something that can genuinely restore balance to an overwrought system." The fire in the hearth crackled and shifted, sending new shadows dancing across the walls. Outside, beyond the thick dungeon walls, the castle would be alive with evening activities, students finishing homework in common rooms, ghosts drifting through corridors, house elves preparing bedchambers and laying fires. But here, in this particular classroom, time seemed to move differently, more slowly, as if the very atmosphere had been influenced by the calming draft's presence. Snape checked the potion once more, then nodded to himself. "The color," he said, directing the students' attention to the liquid in the cauldron, "is perhaps the most reliable indicator of a properly brewed calming draft. Observe the shade. A deep lavender, yes, but with subtle variations. See how it seems lighter near the surface, where it catches the light, and darker in the depths. This gradation indicates that the ingredients have integrated properly, that the magic has settled throughout the liquid in layers, like sediment in ancient stone." Penelope studied the potion intently. "In the textbook, it says the potion should be purple in color, but this is so much more specific than just purple. Why don't the instructions reflect that?" "Because," Snape said, a hint of dryness entering his tone, "textbooks are written to the lowest common denominator. They provide the minimum information necessary for a student to produce something that technically qualifies as the potion in question. They do not teach mastery. They do not convey the deeper understanding that separates a competent brewer from a true potioneer. He moved to a shelf and selected several small crystal phials, which he brought back to the workbench. This is why practical demonstration and apprenticeship remain crucial in potion making, even in an age where information is readily available in books. You can read about the proper color of a calming draught 100 times, but until you have seen it, smelled it, observed how it moves in the cauldron, and how light plays across its surface, you cannot truly know what you are looking for. Using a small silver ladle, he carefully transferred some of the cooled potion into one of the phials, filling it perhaps halfway. The liquid caught the firelight as it poured, revealing those subtle gradations of color he had mentioned. Amethyst shading to pale lilac, with hints of silver where the light struck through. "A single dose," he said, holding up the phial. For an average adult witch or wizard, this would provide approximately 6 hours of calm without sedation. The effects begin within 10 to 15 minutes of consumption and fade gradually rather than abruptly. There is no sense of the potion wearing off. Rather, the drinker simply notices, eventually, that they feel capable of experiencing the full range of emotions again, should circumstances warrant it. Marcus Belby asked, "Are there any side effects, Professor, or situations where the calming draught would be inadvisable?" "An excellent question, demonstrating proper caution," Snape replied. "The calming draught is among the safest potions regularly brewed, but no potion is entirely without consideration. It should not be taken in combination with sleeping draughts or any other potion that affects consciousness, as the combined effects can be unpredictable. It is also inadvisable for those who need to remain in a state of high alertness, auras on active duty, for instance, or anyone engaged in activities requiring quick reflexes and immediate emotional responses." He set the filled phial aside and continued. "There is also a more subtle consideration. The calming draught is restorative. It helps return one to a state of balance, but it is not and should never be used as a replacement for addressing the underlying causes of persistent anxiety or distress. If a student finds themselves requiring this potion multiple times per week, that is an indication that they need support beyond what any potion can provide. A conversation with a trusted professor, a visit to Madame Pomfrey, a letter home to family. These are the appropriate responses to sustain difficulty." The care in his voice was unmistakable. For all his reputation as someone cold and unyielding, Severus Snape understood suffering, and he understood the temptation to mask it rather than address it. He would ensure his students knew how to brew the potion properly, yes, but he would also ensure they understood its proper use and limitations. "Now then," he said, his tone shifting back to the more practical, "let us consider the actual brewing process in greater detail, for there are several points where even experienced brewers sometimes falter." He returned to the workbench, where the herbs and other ingredients still lay arranged. The first critical decision occurs before you even approach the cauldron: the selection of ingredients. Not all lavender is created equal. The plant must be harvested during its peak blooming period, ideally in the morning after the dew has dried, but before the full heat of the day. Lavender cut in the afternoon or evening has been stressed by sunlight and heat. its magical properties are diminished, and the resulting potion will be less effective. Jonathan's quill was moving rapidly across his notebook now, capturing every detail. Snape noticed, but did not discourage him this time, perhaps recognizing that some students needed the act of writing to process complex information. Similarly, the peppermint must be fresh, no more than 3 days from cutting, and ideally harvested the same day you brew. Dried peppermint can be used in a pinch, but the potion loses a certain vitality, a brightness of effect, and the crocodile heart powder must be kept in a completely airtight container, as exposure to moisture in the air will cause it to clump and lose potency. He demonstrated by opening the container of crocodile heart again, showing how the powder moved freely, almost fluid in its consistency. See how it flows. This is what you want. If it appears caked or forms lumps, it has been improperly stored and should not be used. The lesson continued, Snape moving through each stage of the brewing process with meticulous attention to detail. The precise temperature of the water, the importance of using a pewter rather than brass cauldron for this particular potion, the exact speed and direction of the final stirring. His voice maintained that same measured, almost meditative quality, never rushing, allowing each piece of information to be fully absorbed before moving to the next. The 3 students listened with an attention they rarely brought to regular classes. There was something different about this evening session. The intimacy of the small group, the voluntary nature of their attendance, and perhaps most significantly, Snape's own manner. Without the pressure of managing a full classroom, without the need to maintain his usually stern demeanor, he was simply a master sharing his craft, and the students were discovering that beneath the sardonic exterior was someone who genuinely loved his subject and wanted them to understand it properly. As the lesson drew toward its natural conclusion, Snape filled the remaining phials with the calming draught, each portion measured precisely. The firelight danced across the crystal surfaces, making the potion within seem almost alive. "This," he said quietly, gesturing to the filled phials, "is what we have created this evening. Not merely a potion, but a small piece of comfort, a tool for restoration, a bridge between distress and peace. It may seem a simple thing compared to the more dramatic magics practiced in other classrooms, but never underestimate the value of bringing calm to a troubled mind." He corked each phial carefully, then turned to face his students fully. "What you have learned tonight about the calming draught, the history, the ingredients, the principles underlying its effects, this knowledge will serve you regardless of whether you ever brew this particular potion again, because these same principles apply across the entire spectrum of restorative magic. Understanding how to facilitate the body's natural return to balance, how to support rather than override the system's own wisdom. This is knowledge that has applications far beyond any single formula." The evening had deepened outside, the autumn darkness complete now beyond the dungeon's walls. But inside, the fire still burned warm. The scent of lavender and peppermint still lingered in the air, and the sense of having been part of something meaningful, a true lesson, not merely instruction, settled over the small gathering like a comfortable cloak. Snape's expression, while still controlled, had softened almost imperceptibly. "We shall take a brief pause," he said, "before moving on to our next subject. Stretch if you need to. refresh your water. The dreamless sleep potion requires a different frame of understanding, and I want your full attention when we begin. As the students rose from their stools, grateful for the opportunity to move after sitting still for so long, the calming draught rested in its crystal phials, each one a small repository of careful work, accumulated knowledge, and the peculiar magic that came from understanding both the science and the art of potion making. The night still held several more hours of learning ahead. The brief interlude had allowed the students to stretch their legs, refill their goblets with water from the stone pitcher that sat perpetually cool on a side table, and shake out the pleasant languor that had settled over them during the previous hour's instruction. The dungeon classroom, with its persistent coolness and the hypnotic dance of firelight across ancient stone, had a way of making one feel peacefully drowsy, an effect only enhanced by the lingering scent of lavender from the calming draught. When they returned to their positions at the workbenches, they found that Professor Snape had made subtle adjustments to the room's arrangement. The calming draught, now safely bottled and corked, had been moved to a cooling cabinet. In its place, a fresh cauldron sat waiting, this one slightly larger than the first, its pewter surface gleaming dully in the low light. Beside it, a new collection of ingredients had been assembled, their appearance distinctly different from the pleasant herbs of the previous lesson. Snape stood near the shelves, his back to the students, as he selected one final component, his long fingers running across the various containers, before settling on a particular dark glass bottle. When he turned, his expression was thoughtful, almost contemplative, as if the potion they were about to discuss held particular significance for him. "The dreamless sleep potion," he began, his voice even softer than before, barely above a murmur yet perfectly audible in the quiet space, occupies a unique position in the repertoire of restorative draughts. Where the calming draught eases anxiety while maintaining awareness, this potion offers something more profound, a complete respite from consciousness itself, unmarred by the often chaotic intrusions of dreams. He set the dark bottle on the workbench with careful deliberation, then turned to face the students fully. The firelight caught the sharp planes of his face, creating shadows that made his expression difficult to read, but his tone remained measured and educational. Before we discuss the brewing process or the specific ingredients, it is essential to understand what this potion is, and equally important, what it is not. Snape paused, his dark eyes moving from one student to the next, ensuring he had their complete attention. The dreamless sleep potion is not a casual aid for those who simply wish to rest well before an examination. It is not a convenience for anyone who has stayed up too late reading or socializing. It is, properly speaking, a medicinal draught, something administered under specific circumstances when the need for uninterrupted rest outweighs the natural benefits of ordinary sleep. Penelope Clearwater raised her hand tentatively. "What are the natural benefits of ordinary sleep, Professor? If dreamless sleep is so restful, why wouldn't everyone want it?" "Because," Snape replied, a hint of approval in his voice for the perceptive question. "Dreams serve crucial purposes that we are only beginning to fully understand, even in the magical medical community. Dreams allow the mind to process experiences, to work through difficulties, to integrate new knowledge with existing understanding. They provide a space where the unconscious mind can communicate with the conscious, where emotions can be examined safely, where solutions to problems sometimes present themselves in symbolic form. He moved to the blackboard and conjured another illustration. This time, a sleeping figure surrounded by swirling, luminous patterns that suggested the chaotic beauty of dream activity. When we dream, our magical core also experiences a form of rest and restoration. The constant control we exert over our magic during waking hours is released, allowing our power to flow freely, to refresh itself. Regular dreams, even unpleasant ones, are part of a healthy, magical, and psychological cycle. Marcus Belby leaned forward, studying the illustration with interest. So, the dreamless sleep potion disrupts this cycle. That's why it's only for specific circumstances. Precisely, Snape confirmed. There are times when the benefit of complete, undisturbed rest outweighs the cost of temporarily suspending the dream cycle. Severe trauma, for instance, can produce nightmares so intense that they prevent any real rest at all. A patient recovering from a serious magical injury may need several nights of completely still sleep to allow their body to heal without the small movements and fluctuations in magical energy that accompany dreams. In such cases, this potion becomes not merely useful, but essential. He dismissed the illustration with a wave of his hand and turned his attention to the ingredients laid out on the workbench. The brewing of dreamless sleep potion requires a different approach from the calming draught, where that potion worked through gentle encouragement, helping the body find its own equilibrium. This potion must actively suppress certain natural processes. It is more forceful, more direct in its effects, and therefore requires greater care in both brewing and administration. The first ingredient he lifted was a bundle of twisted roots, dark and gnarled, with a faintly unpleasant, earthy smell. Valerian root, he announced, holding it up to the firelight. Known to muggles and wizards alike for its sedative properties, though the muggles understand only a fraction of its potential. The plant itself is rather unremarkable. Small white or pink flowers, pleasant enough in appearance, but the root is where the magic resides. He set the root on a cutting board and selected a silver knife from a collection of specialized tools. Valerian root must be sliced, never chopped or crushed, and the slices must be of uniform thickness, approximately 2 millimeters. The precision matters because we are trying to extract a specific compound that exists in the root's outer layers. Too thick and the extraction is incomplete. Too thin and we release other compounds that can cause headaches or nausea in the finished potion. With practiced movements, Snape began slicing the root, each cut smooth and controlled, producing thin rounds that curled slightly as they fell away from the knife. The students watched in silence, noting how his hand never wavered, how each slice was indeed remarkably uniform in thickness. It was the kind of skill that came only from years of repetition, from cutting thousands upon thousands of roots until the proper technique became as natural as breathing. Valerian works by slowing the activity of the nervous system, he explained as he continued slicing. In small doses, it merely relaxes. In larger quantities, such as we use in this potion, it induces a deep heaviness in the limbs, a profound reluctance of the body to move. This physical stillness is the foundation upon which the potion builds its effects. Jonathan Finch had been watching with evident fascination. "How long does it take to develop that level of knife skill, Professor?" Snape paused in his work, glancing at the boy with an expression that might have been amusement. "Longer than you would wish, Mr. Finch. But there is no substitute for practice. The first 100 roots you slice will be imperfect. The second 100 will be better. By the time you have prepared ingredients for 1,000 potions, your hands will know what to do without conscious thought." He returned to his task. Mastery is not a destination one arrives at suddenly. It is a gradual accumulation of small improvements, each one building upon the last. When he had finished with the valerian root, he swept the slices into a shallow dish and reached for the next ingredient, a vial containing what appeared to be dried beans, wrinkled and dark, almost black in color. "Sopophorus beans," he said, his tone taking on a note of warning. "One of the more temperamental ingredients in common use. The standard instruction in most textbooks is to crush them with the flat of a silver knife. This is, technically, correct. It is also woefully incomplete." He placed several of the beans on the cutting board and selected a different knife, one with a broader blade. "The beans must be crushed, yes, but the manner of crushing is crucial. Too much force, and the bean ruptures completely, releasing its juice too quickly. The volatile compounds evaporate before they can be properly incorporated into the potion. Too little force, and the bean remains largely intact, yielding almost nothing useful." Demonstrating, he positioned the flat of the blade over one of the beans and applied pressure gradually, leaning his weight into it with careful control. There was a moment of resistance, then a soft crack as the bean's skin gave way. A bead of pale liquid emerged, glistening in the firelight. "There," he said softly. "Do you see? The bean has released its juice, but the skin remains mostly intact, acting as a vessel to hold the liquid until we are ready to add it to the cauldron. This is what you are aiming for." He crushed several more beans with the same careful technique, then gestured for the students to observe the results. Each bean had cracked just enough to release its juice, while remaining structurally whole enough to contain it. The skill required was obvious. This was not something that could be rushed or done carelessly. "The juice of the sopophorus bean," Snape continued, "contains compounds that directly influence the brain's sleep centers. Where valerian creates physical heaviness, the sopophorus bean induces mental heaviness, a profound drowsiness that makes remaining awake feel not merely difficult, but almost impossible. Combined, these two ingredients create an irresistible pull toward sleep." Penelope had been examining the crushed beans closely. "Professor, what happens if you do rupture them completely? Does the potion fail, or does it just become less effective?" "An excellent question that demonstrates proper brewing curiosity," Snape replied. "If the beans are ruptured too forcefully, the resulting potion will still induce sleep, but it will be harsh, sudden, almost violent in its onset. The drinker will feel as if they are being pulled underwater, sometimes accompanied by brief disorientation or even a moment of panic before unconsciousness claims them. A properly brewed potion, by contrast, brings sleep gently, naturally, like drifting rather than falling." He moved to the larger ingredient that sat waiting, a plant with delicate pale flowers that seemed to emit a faint silvery glow even in the dim light of the dungeon. "Asphodel," he said, his voice taking on a tone of something almost like reverence. "A plant associated with death and the underworld in Muggle mythology, and not without reason. It grows in places where the boundary between life and death has grown thin. Old battlefields, ancient burial grounds, sites of significant loss. The students leaned in to examine the plant more closely. Its beauty was undeniable but unsettling, the kind of loveliness that suggested something otherworldly, something not entirely of the living world. Asphodel's role in this potion is complex, Snape explained. It does not induce sleep directly. Rather, it creates a state of suspension, a pause in the normal cycles of consciousness. When we sleep naturally, we move through various stages: light sleep, deep sleep, dream sleep, then back again in a continuous cycle throughout the night. Asphodel disrupts this cycle, holding the sleeper in the deepest stage of sleep for the potion's entire duration. He selected several of the pale flowers, handling them with notable care. The flowers must be harvested at night, under moonlight. Asphodel gathered during the day loses much of its potency. The sun's energy is too vital, too life-affirming. This is a plant that knows darkness, that thrives in it, and its magic is strongest when it has never felt direct sunlight. Marcus Belby asked quietly, "Is it dangerous to work with, Professor? Given its associations?" "Dangerous? No, not in the physical sense. You will not be harmed by touching it or breathing its scent." Snape paused, his expression thoughtful. "But it is unsettling to some. Those who are particularly sensitive to magical atmospheres sometimes report feeling melancholy or experiencing strange thoughts when handling asphodel. It is a plant that reminds us of mortality, of endings, of the ultimate rest from which there is no waking. For some, that reminder is uncomfortable." He placed the asphodel flowers in a separate dish, then turned his attention to the cauldron. With a gesture, he lit the flame beneath it, a cool blue fire that provided steady heat without the flickering intensity of the hearth's flames. For the dreamless sleep potion, we begin not with water, but with a base of standard sleeping draught, a simple preparation that most third years learn to brew. From a large bottle, he poured a silvery blue liquid into the cauldron, filling it perhaps a quarter full. This base already contains mild sedative properties, nothing strong enough to be particularly useful on its own, but it provides a foundation that accepts the more potent ingredients more readily than plain water would. As the base liquid began to warm, Snape added the valerian root slices one at a time, spacing them evenly around the cauldron's circumference. Each slice floated briefly on the surface before slowly sinking, trailing small spirals of darker blue as it descended. We add the valerian first because it needs the longest time to steep. The heat will draw out the sedative compounds gradually, and by the time we add the final ingredients, the base will be thoroughly infused. The students watched as the liquid's color began to shift, the silver blue darkening to something deeper, more substantial. The scent that rose with the steam was earthy and slightly bitter, with an underlying sweetness that was not entirely pleasant, but not repulsive either. The soporiferous beans are added after 15 minutes of steeping, Snape explained, checking a delicate silver pocket watch that he drew from his robes. Timing in this potion is more critical than in the calming draught. Too early, and the bean juice interacts poorly with the valerian. Too late, and the asphodel will not bind properly with the other ingredients. We work within quite narrow margins. While they waited, Snape discussed the history of the dreamless sleep potion. his voice falling back into that measured, almost hypnotic rhythm that made even potentially disturbing information feel somehow manageable. The earliest versions of this potion date back to the 14th century, though they were far cruder than what we brew today. The original formulations often left the drinker groggy and disoriented upon waking, sometimes for hours. It was not until the 17th century that a German potioneer named Grunwald refined the process, introducing the concept of using asphodel to create true suspended sleep, rather than merely heavy sedation. Jonathan was taking notes again, his quill scratching softly against parchment. Did Grunwald discover asphodel's properties, or were they already known? They were known, but primarily in the context of mourning rituals and funeral preparations, Snape replied. Asphodel was used to prepare bodies for burial, to preserve them, to create the appearance of peaceful rest in death. Grunwald's innovation was recognizing that the plant's suspension properties could be applied to the living, that one could create a sleep so profound it mimicked death's stillness without actually inducing it. The 15 minutes passed, measured not by any obvious means, but by Snape's internal sense of timing, honed through decades of brewing. Without checking his watch again, he reached for the dish of crushed, soporiferous beans. "Watch carefully," he instructed, his voice barely above a whisper now. "The beans must be added all at once, and the potion must be stirred immediately. 3 complete rotations, counterclockwise, at a speed no faster than 1 rotation per 10 seconds. He tilted the dish, and the beans slid into the cauldron together, their pale juice glinting as it met the dark liquid below. Immediately, he took up a glass stirring rod and began to stir, his movements smooth and perfectly controlled. The potion's color shifted dramatically, from dark blue to a deep purple that seemed almost black in the shadows. Counterclockwise, he explained as he stirred, because we are working against the natural cycle, disrupting the usual pattern of sleep. Clockwise stirring in this potion would create a draft that induced nightmares rather than dreamless rest. The ingredients would fight against each other rather than working in concert. As he completed the 3rd rotation, something remarkable happened. The potion's surface, which had been turbulent from the stirring, suddenly went perfectly still, not gradually calming, but stopping all at once, as if time itself had paused. The liquid looked almost solid, like dark glass rather than liquid, though steam still rose from it in thin, straight columns. "Perfect," Snape murmured, more to himself than to the students. "This is the sign that the bean juice has properly integrated. The potion enters what we call a suspended state. It is still brewing, still active, but all visible movement ceases. It will remain like this for exactly 12 minutes, during which time the asphodel must be prepared and added." He turned his attention to the pale flowers, selecting them one by one and pulling individual petals from their centers. Only the petals are used, and they must be torn by hand, never cut. The act of tearing releases the plant's essence in a way that cutting does not. Something about the irregular edge, the slight damage to the cellular structure, allows the magic to flow more freely. His long fingers worked with surprising gentleness, tearing each petal into 3 or 4 smaller pieces, creating a small pile of pale fragments that seemed to glow with their own faint luminescence. The sight was beautiful in a haunting way, like snow fallen in moonlight, like bones bleached clean and pure. Asphodel carries, within it, the memory of stillness, Snape said softly, his voice taking on an almost poetic quality. Every cell remembers the quiet of the grave, the profound peace of absolute rest. When we add it to the potion, we are asking the drinker's body to remember this same stillness, to surrender to it completely, to trust in the depth of sleep that comes when all struggle ceases. The 12 minutes approached their conclusion. Snape gathered the torn petals in his palm, holding them cupped as if they were something precious and fragile. The final addition, he said, must be done with intention. This is one of the few potions where the brewer's state of mind genuinely affects the outcome. If you add the asphodel while anxious or distracted, the potion will produce restless, unsatisfying sleep. You must be calm, centered, fully present in the moment. He took a slow breath, his posture settling into perfect stillness. And for a moment, he simply stood there, the torn petals resting in his palm, his dark eyes focused on the mirror, still surface of the potion. Then, with deliberate care, he opened his hand and allowed the petals to fall. They drifted down like snow, like ash, like the last leaves of autumn, each one touching the potion's surface and dissolving instantly upon contact. Where they touched, faint ripples spread outward, each one interfering with the others to create a complex pattern of waves that lasted only seconds before the surface returned to its glassy stillness. The color shifted one final time, from deep purple to a shade that could only be described as the color of midnight, of the sky between stars, of the deep ocean where no light penetrated. It was beautiful and terrible all at once, a liquid embodiment of absolute darkness and absolute peace. Complete, Snape announced quietly. The dreamless sleep potion, properly brewed. It will need to cool for an hour before bottling, and once bottled, it remains potent for approximately 6 months if stored correctly. Away from light, in a cool place, sealed tightly against air. He stepped back from the cauldron, and some of the intensity left his posture. When he turned to face the students again, his expression had softened almost imperceptibly. This potion represents a different philosophy from the calming draught. Where that potion worked with the body's natural processes, this one overrides them, gently, carefully, but overrides them nonetheless. It is powerful medicine to be used sparingly and with full understanding of what we are asking the body to surrender. Penelope's voice was thoughtful when she spoke. It's almost sad, isn't it? The idea of sleeping without dreams, like missing something essential. Snape regarded her for a long moment before responding. Yes, he said finally, with unexpected gentleness. It is, which is why we brew it not for convenience, but for mercy, for those times when consciousness has become a burden too heavy to bear, when the mind needs not gentle comfort, but complete refuge. Used properly with wisdom and restraint, this potion can be a profound gift. Used carelessly, it robs us of something irreplaceable. The fire crackled in the hearth. The midnight dark potion sat cooling in its cauldron, radiating an aura of profound stillness that seemed to affect the very air around it. And in the dungeon classroom, 3 students sat in thoughtful silence, beginning to understand that potion making was not merely about following instructions or achieving correct results, but about wielding power with wisdom, about understanding the deeper implications of the magic they practiced. The night's lessons were far from over, but already they had learned more than any textbook could teach. The atmosphere in the dungeon classroom had grown contemplative after the completion of the dreamless sleep potion, its midnight dark surface still radiating that peculiar sense of profound stillness as it cooled in its cauldron. The students had fallen into a reflective silence, their minds processing the deeper implications of what they had just witnessed. The idea that some magic worked not by enhancement, but by purposeful suppression, offering refuge through temporary surrender of natural processes. Professor Snape allowed the silence to persist for several minutes, standing near the shelves with his arms crossed loosely, his dark eyes resting on the cooling potion with an expression that was difficult to read. When he finally moved, it was to retrieve a completely different set of ingredients, and the shift in his manner was immediately noticeable. Some of the somber intensity lifting, replaced by something marginally lighter, though cheerful would never be a word one associated with Severus Snape. "We turn now," he announced, setting a collection of brightly colored bottles and fresh ingredients on the workbench, to a potion of considerably different temperament. Where the dreamless sleep potion demands reverence and careful consideration, the pepper-up potion is refreshingly straightforward, almost cheerful, if such a word can be applied to potion making. The students stirred from their thoughtful states, sitting up straighter as they took in the new materials. The contrast was indeed striking. Where the previous ingredients had been dark, pallid, or unsettling, these were vibrant, bright red peppers, fresh ginger root with its warm golden flesh, crystalline substances that sparkled in the firelight, and what appeared to be finely shaved horn material with an iridescent quality. "The pepper-up potion," Snape continued, moving a fresh cauldron, this one smaller and made of copper rather than pewter, into position over a new flame, "is perhaps the most commonly brewed restorative draught in regular use throughout Wizarding Britain. During the winter months, Madame Pomfrey goes through countless bottles of it. Staff members keep personal supplies in their offices. Even the house elves brew batches to distribute to students when the seasonal illnesses sweep through the dormitories." He selected one of the bright red peppers, holding it up to the light. Unlike the reverent handling of the asphodel or the careful precision required for the soporiferous beans, his grip on the pepper was casual, almost playful. "Can any of you tell me the primary purpose of pepper-up potion?" Jonathan Finch raised his hand. "It cures colds and flu, Professor. Makes you feel warm and energetic even when you're ill." "Close, Mr. Finch, but not precisely accurate," Snape replied, though his tone held no criticism. "The pepper-up potion does not cure anything. It would be more accurate to say it provides temporary relief from the symptoms of common ailments, while simultaneously giving the body's natural defenses a significant boost. The illness remains, but the potion makes you feel well enough to function normally, while your own immune system does the actual work of fighting off the infection." He began slicing the pepper with quick, efficient movements. No particular precision required here, just reasonable uniformity. The scent that emerged was sharp and invigorating, making the students' eyes water slightly, even from several feet away. The pepper, not a magical variety, interestingly enough, but a particularly potent Muggle cultivar from the Americas, provides heat, not merely the sensation of warmth, but actual heat generation within the body. It stimulates circulation, raises the core temperature slightly, and creates an environment that is distinctly inhospitable to the viruses and bacteria that cause common illnesses. As he worked, the copper cauldron was already beginning to steam, filled with water that he had brought to a vigorous boil with a more robust flame than they had used for the previous potions. Pepper-up potion requires heat. Real heat, enthusiastic boiling, nothing subtle or gentle. It is a potion of action, of vigor, of pushing back against lethargy and illness with determined force. The sliced peppers went into the boiling water, and immediately the steam turned from colorless to faintly pink, carrying with it such a powerful spicy aroma that Marcus Belby actually coughed. Snape's mouth twitched in something that might have been amusement. "Yes, Mr. Belby, it is rather potent, isn't it? This is why we brew pepper-up potion in well-ventilated spaces. The vapors alone can clear congested sinuses. I have known students to simply stand near a brewing cauldron and breathe deeply when they were feeling particularly stuffed up." Penelope Clearwater was studying the remaining ingredients with interest. "What's the ginger root for, Professor?" "More heat." "Different heat," Snape corrected, selecting the ginger and beginning to grate it against a silver grater, creating small piles of fibrous, aromatic shavings. Where the pepper creates sharp, aggressive heat, ginger provides a gentler, more sustained warmth. It also settles the stomach, which is important because the pepper can be somewhat harsh on the digestive system if not balanced properly. Together, they create comprehensive warmth, immediate and lasting, invigorating without being uncomfortable. The ginger went into the boiling, pepper-infused water, and the scent shifted, becoming more complex, layered, spice and earthiness combining into something that smelled almost like a particularly intense soup. The base of pepper-up potion is essentially a very concentrated magical tisane, Snape explained. We are extracting the beneficial compounds from the plants through heat and water, much as one might make a tea, though considerably more concentrated and magically charged. He allowed the mixture to boil vigorously for several minutes, the copper cauldron rattling slightly with the intensity of the bubbling. The students watched as the liquid reduced, becoming darker, thicker, more syrupy in consistency. Steam filled the area around the workbench, warm and spice-laden, creating a pocket of tropical heat in the otherwise cool dungeon. "The next ingredient," Snape said, reaching for a small vial of crystalline material that sparkled like captured sunlight, "is where the potion transitions from merely warming to genuinely restorative. Powdered bicorn horn, which despite the creature's reputation for aggression, contains remarkable healing properties when properly prepared." He measured out a precise amount, about a quarter teaspoon, into a small dish. Bicorn horn must be shaved extremely fine and then ground to a powder that is almost as fine as flour. The texture is critical, too coarse, and it will not dissolve properly, creating an unpleasant grittiness in the finished potion. The horn's magic works best when it is evenly distributed throughout the liquid. Jonathan looked puzzled. Why would horn from an aggressive creature have healing properties? That seems contradictory. An excellent observation that highlights a common misconception about magical ingredients, Snape replied, stirring the boiling mixture with a copper rod that matched the cauldron. We tend to assume that gentle creatures provide gentle magic and aggressive creatures provide aggressive magic. Reality is considerably more complex. The bicorn's aggression comes from its robust constitution, its powerful vitality. When we harvest and process its horn, we are capturing that vitality, that life force, and redirecting it toward healing rather than aggression. The energy is the same, only the application differs. He sprinkled the powdered horn into the boiling liquid, and the effect was immediately visible. The murky, brownish mixture suddenly clarified, turning a brilliant orange-red, as if someone had captured autumn sunset in liquid form. Sparkles danced through it, catching the light, making the entire cauldron seem to glow from within. "Beautiful," Penelope murmured, and this time Snape's expression was definitely approving. "Yes, it is. And unlike some potions where beauty indicates merely proper color, in this case, the sparkle you see is actually a visible manifestation of the healing energy the bicorn horn has introduced. Each tiny flash of light represents a concentration of restorative magic. A well-brewed pepper-up potion should always sparkle." He reduced the flame beneath the cauldron, bringing the vigorous boil down to a gentle simmer. Now we add the final component, and this is where the potion acquires its most distinctive characteristic, one that causes considerable amusement to students and exasperation to those trying to maintain decorum in the hospital wing. From a sealed container, he withdrew what appeared to be dried leaves with a peculiar silvery sheen. Okami eggshell, ground with fluxweed leaves, and aged for precisely 2 weeks. This combination creates what we call a sympathetic discharge catalyst. Marcus Belby leaned forward with interest. "What does it discharge?" "Excess heat," Snape explained, adding just a pinch of the silvery powder to the simmering potion. The pepper-up potion generates considerable warmth in the body, more than is strictly necessary for fighting illness. Rather than allowing this excess heat to make the drinker uncomfortably hot or feverish, the potion creates a release mechanism. The heat is expelled through the most direct route available, upward through the respiratory system. Understanding dawned on the students' faces. "That's why people's ears steam after taking it," Jonathan said, grinning. "I always wondered about that." "Indeed. The effect lasts for several hours after consumption, proportional to the dose taken. It is harmless, merely dramatic, and actually serves a useful purpose. The expelled steam carries with it some of the illness-causing pathogens, helping to clear the system more quickly." Snape stirred the potion 3 times clockwise, and the sparkles within intensified. It also serves as a visible indicator that the potion is working, which provides psychological comfort to those feeling unwell. Never underestimate the healing power of knowing you are being effectively treated. The potion was now complete, glowing brilliant orange-red in its copper cauldron, still producing small wisps of spice-scented steam. Snape extinguished the flame beneath it and stepped back, allowing the students to observe the finished product. The pepper-up potion represents a different approach to restoration than either of our previous subjects, he said, his voice taking on that more reflective quality they had learned to recognize as indicating important conceptual points. The calming draught worked through gentle persuasion, helping the body remember peace. The dreamless sleep potion worked through profound suspension, offering complete respite. This potion works through invigoration, not rest, but energy, not surrender, but resistance. He moved to stand beside the workbench, one hand resting near the cooling cauldron. When you are ill, your body is fighting a battle. Sometimes What you need is to rest, to conserve energy, to allow your defenses to work without the demands of daily activity. But other times, when you have obligations that cannot be postponed, when staying in bed would cause more stress than relief, when you simply need to feel capable for a few hours, that is when Pepper Up Potion serves its purpose. Penelope asked thoughtfully, "Is there a risk of people using it to avoid taking proper rest? Of pushing through illness when they really should be recovering?" "Yes," Snape said bluntly. "And this is why Madame Pomfrey monitors its distribution carefully during the school year. The potion is effective, but it is not a substitute for genuine rest and recovery. Used occasionally, when true need exists, it is invaluable. Used habitually, to mask ongoing illness or to avoid addressing the underlying causes of frequent sickness, it becomes problematic." He began transferring the finished potion into bottles, not the delicate crystal phials used for the calming draught, but sturdy glass bottles with tight-fitting corks, practical vessels for practical medicine. The shelf life of Pepper Up Potion is approximately 3 months, after which the ingredients begin to separate and the potency diminishes. Unlike the more delicate restorative drafts, it can withstand some temperature variation and doesn't require particular storage conditions beyond basic dryness and darkness. As he worked, the students could see the potion's sparkles persisting, even as it cooled, tiny points of light dancing through the orange-red liquid like fireflies trapped in amber. The sight was mesmerizing, cheerful in a way that felt appropriate for a potion designed to lift spirits and restore vigor. During the winter months at Hogwarts, Snape continued, his tone becoming almost conversational. You can sometimes track the progression of seasonal illnesses by observing the corridors. When you see clusters of students walking around with steam pouring from their ears, you know that whatever cold or flu is circulating has reached its peak, and Madame Pomfrey has begun distributing Pepper Up in quantity. Jonathan grinned at the image. "I've seen Professor McGonagall with steaming ears once. It was strange seeing a professor affected by something so undignified. Professors are no more immune to common illnesses than students, Mr. Finch," Snape replied, and there might have been the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. "I myself have been known to partake of Pepper Up Potion when a cold threatens to interfere with teaching. The alternative, attempting to lecture while congested and miserable, serves no one's interests." He corked the last bottle and arranged them all on a tray, their glowing contents looking almost festive despite the clinical context. This potion also serves as an excellent example of how magical and non-magical ingredients can work together synergistically. The peppers and ginger are common Muggle foodstuffs possessing genuine medicinal properties even without magic. The bicorn horn and Occamy eggshell preparation are purely magical components. Together, they create something neither could achieve alone: physical healing enhanced and directed by magical energy. Marcus Belby had been studying the bottled potions with evident appreciation. It's interesting how much more friendly this potion seems compared to the others. The bright color, the sparkles, even the side effect is more amusing than concerning. "Perceptive, Mr. Belby," Snape acknowledged. "The aesthetic and experiential qualities of a potion matter, particularly for something meant to be taken by those who are already feeling unwell. A dark, bitter, unpleasant potion might be equally effective medically, but it would be psychologically discouraging. The pepper-up potion, by contrast, looks appealing, tastes warming and slightly spicy, not pleasant exactly, but invigorating, and produces an effect that, while dramatic, is harmless and even somewhat entertaining. He gestured to the tray of bottles. The house elves will ensure these are delivered to the hospital wing, where they will be available for any students who find themselves in need. Madame Pomfrey goes through approximately 36 bottles per week during the height of cold season, more if there is a particularly virulent strain of illness circulating through the castle. The fire in the hearth had burned down somewhat, and Snape took a moment to add several fresh logs, each one carefully placed to ensure proper airflow and sustained heat. The flames leaped up obligingly, sending new warmth radiating through the dungeon classroom. "What you have observed tonight with these 3 potions," he said, turning back to face his students, "represents the spectrum of restorative magic: calming, sleeping, invigorating. Different approaches to the fundamental goal of helping the body and mind return to their optimal state. Each has its place, its proper applications, its limitations. Understanding not just how to brew them, but when and why they should be used, is what distinguishes a competent potioneer from someone who merely follows recipes." The evening had progressed considerably, the hours passing in that peculiar way time moved in the dungeons, where the absence of natural light made it difficult to gauge the passage of minutes and hours. But there was still more to explore, still more knowledge to share, and the students showed no signs of weariness. If anything, they seemed more engaged than ever, drawn into the deeper understanding of their craft that Snape was offering them. "We shall take another brief pause," Snape announced, "before moving to our final 2 potions. Stretch, refresh your water, rest your eyes from the firelight. When we resume, we will discuss a potion of considerably greater complexity, one that pushes the boundaries of what transformation magic can achieve when combined with skilled brewing. The polyjuice potion awaits." The brief respite had allowed the warmth from the freshly stoked fire to permeate more fully through the dungeon classroom, creating a comfortable cocoon against the autumn chill that pressed against the ancient stones from outside. When the students returned to their positions, they found that Professor Snape had made the most dramatic transformation to the workspace yet. A much larger cauldron now dominated the central workbench, this one made of gold-veined obsidian, its dark surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. Around it, arranged with meticulous care, was an array of ingredients unlike anything they had seen during the evening's previous lessons. Some were immediately recognizable, others deeply strange, and several were frankly disturbing in appearance. Snape stood beside this collection, his expression more serious than it had been even during the dreamless sleep potion lesson. When he spoke, his voice had regained much of the gravity it held during regular classes, though without the sharp edge of irritation that often accompanied his teaching. "The polyjuice potion," he began, his dark eyes moving across each student's face in turn, "is not a restorative draught. I include it in tonight's exploration, not because it heals or calms or invigorates, but because it represents the pinnacle of what sustained, patient brewing can achieve. It is arguably the most complex potion in the standard curriculum, requiring not hours, but an entire month to brew properly." He gestured to the ingredients with a sweep of his hand. More than any other potion we have discussed tonight, Polyjuice demands understanding of deep magical principles, transformation, identity, the malleability of physical form. It is NEWT level work, and even among 7th years, only those with genuine aptitude and dedication achieve acceptable results. Penelope Clearwater looked both fascinated and slightly apprehensive as she studied the ingredient collection. "Professor, is it safe to brew? I've heard stories about students attempting it and experiencing complications." "Your caution is well-founded, Miss Clearwater," Snape replied gravely. "Polyjuice potion is indeed dangerous when brewed incorrectly or used improperly. The most famous cautionary example in recent Hogwarts history involved a student who accidentally added cat hair instead of human hair to the final mixture. The resulting partial transformation lasted several weeks and required extensive treatment in the hospital wing. He picked up what appeared to be a piece of translucent, papery material with an iridescent sheen. "Boomslang skin," he announced, holding it up to the firelight, where it caught the flames and seemed to shimmer with internal colors, greens and golds and purples flowing across its surface. Shed naturally by the snake, never harvested from a killed specimen, as the magical properties degrade immediately upon the creature's death. The boomslang is a creature of remarkable transformation. It sheds its skin multiple times per year, each time emerging renewed, changed, yet fundamentally itself. This quality of transformation while remaining is essential to Polyjuice's function. The skin was placed carefully on a square of dark velvet. Next, Snape selected a small vial containing what looked like flies suspended in amber liquid. Lacewing flies, stewed for precisely 21 days. Not 20, not 22, 21. The number has significance in transformation magic, representing 3 cycles of 7, the completion of a full magical phase. Jonathan Finch raised his hand tentatively. "Why flies, Professor? What property do they possess that makes them useful for transformation?" "Metamorphosis," Snape replied simply. "The lacewing fly undergoes complete transformation during its life cycle. From egg to larva to pupa to adult, each stage radically different from the last. By steeping them for 21 days, we extract not merely their physical components, but the magical echo of that transformative capacity. We are, in essence, capturing change itself in liquid form." He set down the vial and picked up a plant with delicate leaves that seemed to shimmer slightly, as if viewed through heat haze. "Fluxweed, picked at the full moon. The plant is sensitive to lunar cycles, and its properties vary dramatically depending on when it is harvested. Full moon fluxweed contains the highest concentration of transformative compounds. The moon at its peak influence creates a resonance in the plant that we require for the potion's effectiveness." Marcus Belby was taking mental notes, his expression one of intense concentration. "How long does the fluxweed need to be prepared before use?" "It must be dried for exactly 13 days after harvesting," Snape answered, "then stored in a silver container away from all light until needed. Exposure to sunlight after the initial drying will cause it to lose its potency within hours." The preparation of ingredients for Polyjuice is nearly as complex as the actual brewing. One cannot simply decide to make this potion on a whim. It requires planning, foresight, proper storage of prepared components. The next ingredient made all 3 students grimace slightly. a collection of what appeared to be small, horn-like protrusions, ridged and unpleasant in appearance. "Bicorn horn shavings," Snape said, noting their reactions with what might have been faint amusement. "Yes, we encountered bicorn horn in the pepper-up potion, but prepared differently. There, it was ground to powder to release healing properties. Here, we use thin shavings to capture the bicorn's aggressive vitality, the pure life force that will help sustain the transformation once initiated." He arranged the shavings beside the other ingredients, then picked up the final component, a long curved tooth with a wicked point. Knotgrass, in its mature, seed-bearing state. The plant itself is humble, common in hedgerows and waste places, but the seeds contain a binding agent essential to maintaining the transformation. Without knotgrass, the polyjuice transformation would be unstable, flickering, unreliable. All the ingredients now lay displayed, a collection of transformation and change, of metamorphosis and sustained alteration. Snape stood back, allowing the students to observe the complete array. "The brewing process," he continued, his voice taking on a lecturer's cadence, "begins with the lacewing flies and their steeping liquid. This becomes the base into which all other ingredients will eventually be incorporated. The addition sequence is critical. Each ingredient must be added at a specific point in the moon cycle, with precise time intervals between additions." He moved to the obsidian cauldron and, from a large flask, poured in a murky liquid that looked like swamp water rendered slightly luminous. "This is the stewed lacewing base after 21 days of preparation. You can see it has taken on an opalescent quality, as if there are tiny pearls suspended throughout. This indicates that the transformative properties have been properly extracted." The liquid settled in the cauldron, and Snape adjusted the flame beneath to a very low, gentle heat. Polyjuice is brewed at temperatures barely above room warmth for most of its preparation. Excessive heat breaks down the delicate magical bonds we are trying to create. Patience is not merely advisable, it is absolutely essential. Penelope asked, "Professor, once the potion is complete, how long does the transformation last?" "Depending on the quality of the brew and the amount consumed, anywhere from 10 minutes to 12 hours, Snape replied. "A properly brewed polyjuice typically provides approximately 1 hour of transformation per standard dose. The effects can be extended by taking additional doses. Though this is inadvisable for extended periods, remaining in another's form for more than a few hours at a time can create psychological disorientation." He stirred the lacewing base slowly, 7 times clockwise. "The ethical implications of this potion are considerable. It allows perfect physical transformation into another person. Their appearance, their voice, even their basic mannerisms become yours. Only the most powerful magical protections can detect that you are not who you appear to be." Marcus Belby's expression had grown thoughtful, almost troubled. "That seems incredibly dangerous, Professor. The potential for misuse is enormous." "Indeed it is, Mr. Belby," Snape agreed, his tone darkening slightly. "The brewing of polyjuice is not illegal, but its use is heavily regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Unauthorized impersonation of another witch or wizard carries severe penalties. The potion has been used in the commission of numerous crimes throughout history: theft, fraud, even assassination. This is why it is taught only at NEWT level and why the ingredients are carefully controlled." He paused in his stirring, his dark eyes reflecting the dim light. There have been famous misuses even within these castle walls in recent decades. A Death Eater used polyjuice to impersonate a respected aura for an entire school year, teaching classes, interacting with students, all while concealing his true identity. The deception was perfect, maintained through constant use of the potion. It serves as a sobering reminder that powerful magic in the wrong hands can cause tremendous harm. The students absorbed this information soberly. The cozy, educational atmosphere of the earlier lessons had shifted into something more serious, more weighted with moral consideration. The addition of fluxweed occurs on the night of the next full moon, after the lacewing steeping is complete, Snape continued, returning to the practical aspects of brewing. It must be added at the precise moment of lunar zenith, when the moon reaches its highest point in the sky. This requires either excellent astronomical knowledge or, more practically, the use of a lunar compass. He demonstrated with a small brass instrument that he withdrew from his robes, its needle pointing steadily upward. The fluxweed is not simply dropped into the potion, but must be lowered slowly over the course of exactly 3 minutes, allowing each leaf to be thoroughly saturated before the next touches the surface. Rush this process, and the fluxweed's properties will not properly integrate. Jonathan was scribbling notes frantically now, apparently unable to resist documenting such complex procedures. How do you keep track of all the timing requirements, Professor? It seems impossible to remember every detail. Experienced brewers develop systems, Snape replied. Detailed journals, lunar calendars marked with each addition point, even charmed reminders that alert you when critical moments approach. Brewing polyjuice is not something undertaken casually. It becomes a commitment, a month-long project that demands constant attention and precise timing. He moved to a shelf and withdrew several books, their covers worn from extensive use. The definitive text on polyjuice brewing is Moste Potente Potions, restricted to the library's locked section for good reason. The instructions within are complete, but require advanced understanding to execute properly. Lesser texts provide abbreviated versions that often result in unstable or dangerous brews. Penelope looked at the ancient books with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Have you brewed polyjuice potion yourself, Professor? Many times, Snape confirmed, both for practice, during my own education, and for specific purposes since. It is a potion every master brewer should understand thoroughly, if only to recognize when it might be in use. There are subtle signs that someone has taken polyjuice: a slight stiffness in movement, a tendency to touch their face as if checking that it still feels correct, occasional flickers of disorientation. Knowing these signs can be invaluable. He returned his attention to the ingredients on the workbench. The boomslang skin and bicorn horn are added in alternating sequence during the potion's 3rd week. A shaving of skin 1 day, a sliver of horn 3 days later, repeating until all prepared amounts have been incorporated. Each addition causes the potion to change color. It cycles through a rainbow of hues during this phase, finally settling on a thick, mud-like consistency that bubbles slowly. Marcus asked, "And the final ingredient? The one that determines whose form you take?" "That is added only when the potion is completely finished and ready for use," Snape explained. "A single hair from the person you wish to become, dropped into a measured dose of the completed potion. The potion will then take on a color influenced by the individual. Blonde hair might produce a golden potion, dark hair a deep brown. The transformation begins within seconds of consumption. The fire crackled softly, and somewhere in the distance, a clock tower chimed the late hour. The students realized with surprise how much time had passed, how thoroughly they had been absorbed in the evening's lessons. "I will not brew polyjuice potion for you tonight," Snape said, his tone making clear this was a firm boundary. It would be irresponsible to create such a powerful transformative draft in a casual educational setting. What I have provided is theoretical knowledge, understanding of the principles, the ingredients, the enormous complexity involved. Should you pursue NEWT level potions, you will have the opportunity to brew it under carefully controlled conditions. He began gathering the ingredients, returning each to its proper storage location with practiced care. The lesson here extends beyond mere brewing technique. Polyjuice potion represents the razor's edge between beneficial magic and dangerous power. It can be used for good. Auras employ it in undercover operations. Healers occasionally use it for specialized treatments. But its capacity for deception and harm is equally significant. Penelope spoke quietly. "It makes you think about identity, doesn't it? If someone can perfectly become another person, what does that mean about who we really are?" Snape regarded her with something approaching approval. "That, Miss Clearwater, is precisely the question every brewer should contemplate before attempting this potion. Magic that affects the fundamental nature of identity should never be undertaken lightly." The polyjuice ingredients had been carefully stored away. Each component returned to its proper place in the locked cabinets that lined one wall of the dungeon classroom. The obsidian cauldron sat empty once more, its dark surface seeming to hold the memory of the complex magic that had been discussed, even if not actually brewed. Professor Snape moved with his characteristic fluid grace, tidying the workspace, adjusting the flame in the hearth, creating a sense of transition from the specific lessons to something broader, more philosophical. When he turned back to face his 3 students, his expression had shifted into something less guarded than usual. The late hour, the intimacy of the small gathering, and perhaps the satisfaction of sharing genuine knowledge with genuinely interested minds had softened some of the rigid control he typically maintained during regular classes. "We have examined 4 very different potions tonight," he began, his voice quiet but carrying easily through the stone chamber. "Each with distinct purposes, different brewing requirements, varying levels of complexity. But underlying all of them, underlying all potions in fact, are fundamental principles that separate true mastery from mere competence." He moved to stand near the workbench, where the calming draught still sat in its crystal phials, the liquid having long since cooled to room temperature, but still maintaining its perfect lavender hue. The first, and perhaps most important principle, is this: potion making is an art of patience. It cannot be rushed. It will not yield to force of will or desire for quick results. Time is an ingredient as essential as any physical component. Jonathan Finch nodded slowly. "That's what makes it different from other magic, isn't it? Charms and transfiguration happen immediately. You cast the spell, and the effect occurs. But potions unfold over hours or days, or even months." "Precisely, Mr. Finch," Snape confirmed. "And this fundamental difference attracts a particular type of magical practitioner, those who find satisfaction in sustained effort, in watching subtle changes accumulate into profound results, in understanding that some magics simply cannot be hurried, no matter how skilled the wizard. He picked up one of the phials, holding it up to the firelight. When I began learning potion making as a student, I was not naturally patient. I wanted results immediately, wanted to see dramatic effects, wanted the same instant gratification that came from successfully casting a hex or transfiguring an object. My early attempts at brewing were disasters. Ingredients added too quickly, heat adjusted impatiently, stirring rushed because I was convinced I understood the principles well enough that precision didn't matter. The admission was surprising. Severus Snape acknowledging youthful failures, sharing personal experience with students. It created a moment of unexpected connection, humanizing the usually remote professor. "What changed?" Penelope Clearwater asked quietly, drawn in by this rare glimpse of vulnerability. Snape was silent for a moment, his dark eyes distant, looking at something far beyond the dungeon walls. "I brewed a potion for someone I cared about," he said finally, his voice even softer than before. "A simple headache remedy, nothing complex. But I rushed it, confident in my theoretical knowledge, impatient with the prescribed steeping time. The potion worked, technically. It eliminated the headache. It also caused 3 days of nausea and dizziness because I had failed to allow proper integration of the ingredients." He set the phial down with careful gentleness. "The person recovered, of course, but the shame of having caused suffering through my arrogance, my impatience, my unwillingness to respect the process, that taught me more than any textbook ever could. From that day forward, I approached brewing with the reverence it demands." Marcus Belby spoke thoughtfully. "So patience isn't just a practical requirement. It's a form of respect for the ingredients, for the process, for the people who will eventually use the potion." "Exactly so," Snape agreed. Which brings us to the second fundamental principle. Intention matters. Your state of mind while brewing, your care in preparation, your respect for the materials, all of this becomes woven into the final product in ways that are subtle but genuine. He moved to the shelf where various dried herbs were stored in glass jars, each one labeled in his precise handwriting. Muggles sometimes dismiss this idea, attributing it to superstition or wishful thinking. But we know better. Magic responds to intention. A spell cast with confidence works differently than one cast with doubt, even if the wand movement and incantation are identical. The same principle applies to potions, though more subtly. "Is that why you told us to be calm when adding the asphodel to the dreamless sleep potion?" Penelope asked. "Because our emotional state would actually affect the potion's properties?" "Yes," Snape confirmed. "A potion designed to induce profound peace, brewed by someone anxious or distressed, carries that discord within it. The sleep it produces will be restless, troubled. It is not merely that the brewer might make technical errors while distracted. The anxiety itself becomes part of the potion's character." He returned to the central workbench, his movements unhurried, almost meditative. This is why the best potion makers develop rituals around their brewing. Not elaborate ceremonies or mystical nonsense, but simple practices that help center the mind, create focus, establish the proper frame of awareness. Jonathan leaned forward with interest. "What kind of practices, Professor?" They vary by individual, Snape replied. Some brewers begin by sitting in silence for several minutes, simply breathing, allowing the day's concerns to settle. Others arrange their ingredients with particular care, finding calm in the orderliness of preparation. I myself prefer to review the entire process mentally before beginning, visualizing each step, anticipating potential complications, creating a clear mental map of the work ahead. He gestured to the various cauldrons that had been used throughout the evening. The third principle is this: understand your tools. Not all cauldrons are interchangeable. Not all stirring implements produce identical results. The materials matter. Pewter versus copper versus gold versus obsidian. Each metal, each substance, interacts differently with the ingredients and the magical processes occurring within. Marcus studied the empty obsidian cauldron thoughtfully. Why is obsidian used for polyjuice specifically? What property makes it appropriate for transformation magic? Obsidian is volcanic glass, born from fire and earth combining in moments of tremendous force, Snape explained, his voice taking on the quality of someone discussing something that genuinely fascinated him. It is transformation frozen in physical form, molten rock becoming solid glass, chaos becoming order. This resonance with transformation makes it ideal for potions that alter fundamental nature. The obsidian doesn't simply contain the potion. It participates in the magic being created. He moved to the copper cauldron that had held the pepper-up potion. Copper, by contrast, is a conductor of heat, of energy, of magical force. For potions that require vigorous boiling, rapid energy transfer, active transformation, copper excels. It encourages movement, circulation, dynamic change. And pewter for the calming draft? Penelope prompted. Pewter is an alloy, a combination of metals that creates something gentler than any single component, Snape answered. It conducts heat moderately, neither too aggressive nor too passive. For potions of balance and restoration, pewter provides a neutral medium that neither dominates nor diminishes the ingredient's natural properties. The fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing embers, and Snape took a moment to add fresh wood, building it back to a comfortable warmth. The ritualistic nature of the action, the careful placement of logs, the patient waiting for flames to catch, seemed to mirror the principles he was discussing. The fourth principle, he continued, returning to his position near the workbench, is observation. Not merely following instructions, but actually watching what happens, seeing how the potion responds to each addition, noticing subtle shifts in color or consistency, detecting changes in scent, or the quality of steam rising from the cauldron. He picked up the glass stirring rod, holding it so the firelight played across its surface. A recipe might tell you to stir 3 times clockwise, but it cannot tell you what the potion should look like after those 3 stirs, how the texture should change, what variations might indicate a problem or, conversely, exceptional success. That knowledge comes only from observation, from brewing the same potion dozens of times, watching carefully, noting what works and what doesn't. Jonathan had been nodding along, clearly connecting this to his own limited brewing experience. That's why you can look at a potion and know immediately if it's been brewed correctly, isn't it? You've seen so many that you recognize the patterns. Thousands of potions, Mr. Finch, Snape said quietly. Thousands of brewing sessions, each one teaching something. sometimes small refinements in technique, sometimes dramatic lessons about what happens when particular errors occur. Experience cannot be rushed or shortcut. It accumulates only through sustained practice. Penelope asked, "Do you ever still make mistakes, Professor, even with all your experience?" Snape's expression suggested he appreciated the honesty of the question. "Yes, less frequently than I once did, and rarely the same mistake twice. But yes, potion making is complex enough that there is always something new to learn, always variations in ingredient quality or environmental conditions that can produce unexpected results. The difference is that experience allows you to recognize problems quickly and, often, to correct them before the potion is ruined." He moved slowly around the classroom as he spoke, his robes whispering against the stone floor. The fifth principle is this: respect the ingredients. Every component in a potion was once alive, plant or animal, mineral formed over millennia. Each possesses inherent properties, magical and physical, that we are attempting to harness and redirect toward our purposes. Stopping beside a shelf of preserved ingredients, he selected a jar containing something that looked like twisted roots. These ingredients did not exist for our convenience. A fluxweed plant grows according to its own nature, responding to moonlight and soil and seasonal changes. When we harvest it, we are interrupting that natural process, taking something that had its own existence and purpose and repurposing it for our needs. Marcus looked thoughtful. Is there an ethical dimension to that? The taking and using of living things for potions? Absolutely, Snape replied, with clear approval for the question. Responsible potion making includes consideration of sustainable harvesting, of taking only what is needed, of ensuring that rare ingredients are not depleted through careless use. The best practitioners maintain relationships with suppliers who treat their plants and creatures with care, who harvest respectfully rather than destructively. He returned the jar to its shelf. This connects to the broader truth that potions are not separate from the natural world, but deeply embedded in it. We are not creating something artificial or purely magical. We are working with natural materials, facilitating processes that exist in nature, guiding rather than forcing outcomes. The late hour pressed against the dungeon walls, but none of the students showed signs of weariness. If anything, they seemed more alert than ever, absorbing not just information but wisdom, the accumulated understanding of someone who had devoted their life to this particular craft. "The final principle I will share tonight," Snape said, his voice taking on a tone of quiet emphasis, "is perhaps the most important. Know why you brew. Every potion should have a purpose, a genuine need it serves. Brewing simply to demonstrate skill, or to create something dangerous without considering its use, or to prove you can accomplish what others cannot. These are the motivations of those who eventually cause harm, whether they intend to or not." He gestured to the various potions they had discussed throughout the evening. The calming draught exists to ease suffering. The dreamless sleep potion provides refuge when rest is impossible. The pepper-up potion helps people function through illness. Even polyjuice, for all its dangerous potential, serves legitimate purposes when used responsibly. Understanding the purpose, truly understanding why something should exist, is essential to using power wisely. The classroom had grown very quiet. The only sounds the soft crackling of the fire and the distant, almost imperceptible drip of water somewhere deep in the castle's foundations. The three students sat in thoughtful silence, processing not just the evening's technical knowledge, but these deeper truths about their craft. Snape allowed the silence to persist, understanding that some lessons required time to settle, to be truly absorbed. When he finally spoke again, his voice was gentler than any of them had ever heard it during regular classes. What I have shared with you tonight goes beyond what any examination will test, beyond what most textbooks consider important. But it is the foundation upon which all meaningful potion making rests. Technical skill without these principles produces mediocre brewers at best, dangerous ones at worst. Understanding these truths, patience, intention, respect, observation, purpose, that is what creates masters. The evening had deepened into true night, the kind of profound darkness that settled over Hogwarts in the late autumn months when the days grew short and the Scottish Highlands embraced the coming winter. Within the dungeon classroom, however, time had become something fluid and uncertain, measured not by clocks, but by the slow progression of lessons, the gradual cooling of potions, the quiet accumulation of knowledge shared between a master and his willing students. Professor Snape stood near the workbench, his dark eyes moving across the various cauldrons and phials that represented the evening's work, the calming draught in its crystal containers still maintaining that perfect lavender hue, the dreamless sleep potion, midnight dark and radiating its peculiar stillness, the pepper-up potion with its cheerful orange-red sparkle, each one a testament to patience, precision, and the careful application of principles that went far deeper than mere recipe following. "It is time," he said quietly, his voice carrying a note of finality that the students recognized immediately, "to conclude our session. But the work of a potioneer does not end when the brewing is complete. There remains the essential task of proper storage, of cleaning, of returning the workspace to a state of readiness for future work." He moved to the calming draught first, lifting one of the phials to examine it in the firelight one final time. These will be labeled, dated, and stored in the appropriate cabinet, temperature controlled, away from direct light, positioned so that the oldest bottles are used first. Organization in storage is not merely tidiness, it is safety, efficiency, respect for the work that has been done. With practiced movements, he affixed small parchment labels to each phial, his handwriting as precise as ever despite the late hour. Calming draught, brewed 15 November, used before 15 May. Each detail mattered, each piece of information potentially crucial to someone who might need the potion months from now. Penelope Clearwater watched the process with quiet attention. "Do you keep records of everything you brew, Professor? Every potion, every ingredient variation?" "I do," Snape confirmed, gesturing toward a thick leather-bound journal that sat on a shelf near his desk. Decades of brewing documented in detail, dates, ingredients, any variations from standard procedures, observations about the final product's quality and effectiveness. Over time, these records become invaluable. Patterns emerge. Successful innovations can be replicated. Mistakes need never be repeated. He carried the labeled phials to a cabinet, opening it to reveal rows of similar bottles, each one carefully organized by type and date. The interior was cool, maintained at a constant temperature by subtle preservation charms. As he placed the new additions among their predecessors, the students could see the care with which everything was arranged, nothing haphazard, nothing left to chance. The dreamless sleep potion requires different storage conditions, Snape explained, moving to the midnight dark brew that still sat cooling in its cauldron. It is more sensitive to temperature fluctuation and must be kept in complete darkness. Even brief exposure to strong light can diminish its potency. He transferred the potion to dark amber bottles, each one opaque enough to block all light penetration. The process was slow, careful, ensuring no spillage and no exposure of the liquid to anything that might compromise it. Once bottled and sealed, he placed them in a separate cabinet, this one lined with what appeared to be black velvet that absorbed even the faintest ambient light. Marcus Belby had been observing the cleaning process with interest, noting how Snape handled each tool and vessel. "Is there a particular method for cleaning cauldrons after brewing, Professor? I've noticed that some residues seem almost impossible to remove completely." "An excellent observation, Mr. Belby," Snape replied, turning his attention to the pewter cauldron that had held the calming draught. Different potions leave different types of residue, some more persistent than others. The key is to clean immediately, before anything has time to set or bond with the metal. He demonstrated, filling the cauldron with water, to which he added a measure of what appeared to be crystalline powder. This is a specialized cleansing compound, mildly alkaline, magically neutral, designed to dissolve potion residues without damaging the cauldron's surface. For most potions, a simple soak followed by thorough scrubbing is sufficient. The water in the cauldron began to fizz gently, and the students could see traces of purple dissolving away from the pewter surface, dispersing into the cleaning solution. Snape let it work for several minutes before taking up a soft brush and scrubbing the interior with circular motions, thorough but not aggressive. Some students make the mistake of using overly harsh methods, scouring charms, abrasive materials, acids strong enough to damage the metal itself. This is counterproductive. A well-maintained cauldron develops what we call a seasoning over time, a microscopic layer of accumulated magical residue that actually enhances brewing. Aggressive cleaning strips this away, forcing you to essentially retrain the cauldron. Jonathan Finch looked intrigued by this concept. The cauldron itself becomes better at brewing through use? That seems almost like it's alive. Not alive, precisely, Snape corrected, though his tone suggested he appreciated the observation. But cauldrons do develop character through sustained use. A pewter cauldron that has brewed hundreds of calming draughts becomes particularly good at such potions. The metal retains traces of the magic it has facilitated, creating resonance with similar future brews. He rinsed the cauldron thoroughly, examining it with a critical eye before nodding in satisfaction. The pewter gleamed softly in the firelight, clean but bearing the subtle patina of a well-used tool. He dried it with a clean cloth, then returned it to its storage position on a sturdy shelf designed to hold various sizes and types of cauldrons. The copper cauldron that had held pepper-up potion received similar treatment, though with a slightly different cleaning solution. Copper requires more frequent attention, Snape explained as he worked. It tarnishes, develops verdigris if not properly maintained. But the effort is worthwhile. A well-kept copper cauldron will last generations if treated properly. The obsidian cauldron, having held no actual potion, required only a simple rinse and drying. Snape handled it with particular care, mindful of the material's brittleness despite its impressive appearance. Obsidian is beautiful but fragile, he noted. A sharp impact can shatter it. This is why such cauldrons are reserved for specific, important uses rather than daily brewing. As he worked, the students began to notice the ritualistic quality of these actions, the careful attention to each tool, the methodical progression through cleaning and storage, the quiet satisfaction Snape seemed to take in restoring order to his workspace. It was meditative, almost peaceful, and it transformed the cleanup from a mere chore into an extension of the brewing itself. The stirring rods must be cleaned and inspected for any damage, Snape continued, taking up the various glass and metal implements that had been used throughout the evening. Scratches or chips in glass rods can affect how they move through a potion, creating tiny currents that disrupt careful brewing. Better to discover such flaws during cleaning than mid-brew. He held each rod up to the light, examining it from multiple angles, then cleaned it with a solution that left the glass or metal gleaming. The metal rods received a light coating of a preservation oil that would prevent tarnishing during storage. Every action was purposeful, nothing rushed or careless. The workbench itself received attention next, Snape wiping down its surface with a damp cloth, removing any spilled ingredients or potion residue, checking that the wood remained in good condition. A clean workspace is essential, he said, more to himself than to the students. Not merely for aesthetic reasons, though order does please the mind, but because stray ingredients from previous work can contaminate new brews. What seems like mere tidiness is actually a critical safety practice. Penelope had risen from her stool and approached the workbench, studying the now clean surface. You really do treat all of this as sacred, don't you, Professor? The tools, the ingredients, the space itself. Snape paused in his work, considering her words. Sacred may be too strong a term, he said slowly, but certainly deserving of respect and care. These tools enable the creation of potions that heal, comfort, protect. To treat them carelessly would be to show disrespect for that purpose, and for all those who will benefit from the work done here. The fire in the hearth had burned down again, and this time Snape did not rebuild it. Instead, he used his wand to bank the embers carefully, ensuring they would burn out safely without wasting heat unnecessarily. The dungeon began to grow cooler, the warmth that had made it comfortable throughout the evening gradually dissipating. It is late, Snape observed, noting the hour on the ornate clock that hung above his desk. Far later than I typically keep students working. But you have all shown remarkable attention and dedication throughout this session. I trust the knowledge shared tonight will prove valuable in your future studies and practice. The three students rose from their stools, gathering their belongings, notebooks, quills, the water goblets they had used throughout the evening. There was a reluctance in their movements, a sense that they were leaving something special behind, that the return to ordinary castle life would somehow diminish what they had experienced here. Professor, Marcus Belby said quietly, thank you for this evening, for sharing not just recipes, but understanding. It's changed how I think about potions entirely. Snape's expression softened almost imperceptibly. That was the intention, Mr. Belby. Competent brewers can be trained through standard instruction. True practitioners require something more, a glimpse into the deeper nature of the craft. an understanding that transforms brewing from mere task into vocation. He moved toward the classroom door, the students following. As they prepared to leave, Snape paused, turning back to survey his now pristine workspace one final time. Everything in its place, every tool clean and ready, every ingredient properly stored. The room looked peaceful, waiting patiently for the next time knowledge would be shared within its ancient walls. "The castle will be quiet at this hour," he said, opening the door to reveal the torch-lit corridor beyond. "The portraits will be dozing, the suits of armor still. You may find the walk back to your common rooms rather peaceful. Use the time to reflect on what you have learned, not merely the technical details, which you can review in your notes, but the principles underlying all of it." The students stepped into the corridor, and immediately the temperature difference was noticeable. The dungeon's persistent coolness, reasserting itself outside the classrooms, contained warmth. They paused, turning back to face their professor. "Will there be other sessions like this, Professor?" Jonathan asked hopefully. "Other opportunities to learn beyond the standard curriculum?" Snape considered the question, his dark eyes unreadable in the torchlight. "Perhaps," he said finally, "for those who demonstrate genuine dedication and respect for the craft. Potion making has many aspects we do not touch upon in regular classes: preservation techniques, ingredient cultivation, the history and evolution of particular formulations. There is always more to learn for those willing to invest the time and effort." Penelope smiled, a genuine expression of gratitude. "We would welcome any such opportunities, Professor. This evening has been extraordinary." "Then I suggest you all get adequate rest," Snape replied, his tone returning to something more characteristic of his usual professorial manner. "Tomorrow's classes will not be postponed simply because you chose to extend your education into the late evening. I expect you to arrive on time and fully prepared, regardless of tonight's activities." There was no real severity in the words, though, just a reminder of continuing responsibilities, the gentle assertion that special knowledge did not exempt one from ordinary duties. The students nodded, understanding, and began making their way down the corridor toward the stairs that would eventually lead them to their respective common rooms. Snape watched them go, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone before fading into the distance. When they had disappeared from sight, he turned back into his classroom, closing the door quietly behind him. Alone now, he moved through the space with the familiarity of decades, checking one final time that everything was truly in order. His hand rested briefly on the cabinet containing the calming draught, as if drawing some measure of peace from knowing it existed, ready to provide comfort when needed. The portraits on the walls, mostly depicting long-dead potions masters, their images captured in moments of contemplative brewing, stirred slightly. One elderly wizard, in particularly elaborate robes, opened his eyes and regarded Snape with knowing approval. "A good evening's work, Severus," the portrait murmured. Those students were fortunate to receive such instruction. Not many professors would invest that kind of time and care in voluntary education. Snape inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, but said nothing. The portrait smiled and settled back into painted sleep. Moving to his desk, Snape retrieved the leather-bound journal and opened it to a fresh page. With precise, unhurried handwriting, he documented the evening. The potions brewed, the principles discussed, observations about each student's level of understanding and engagement. The record would be there, years from now, a testament to knowledge shared and traditions continued. When the entry was complete, he closed the journal and returned it to its shelf. Then, with a final glance around the classroom, his domain, his sanctuary, the place where he had spent countless hours pursuing the art that had given his life purpose and meaning, he extinguished the remaining lights with a wave of his hand. The dungeon darkness was complete, but not oppressive. It was the darkness of rest, of work well done, of a space waiting patiently for tomorrow's opportunities to create, to teach, to transform raw materials into something greater than their parts. Professor Snape departed his classroom, the door closing behind him with a soft, final sound. His footsteps echoed briefly in the corridor, then faded, leaving only silence. Above, throughout the castle, students slept in their dormitories, portraits dozed in their frames, and house elves moved quietly through corridors, tending to the thousand small tasks that kept Hogwarts functioning. The night would pass, as all nights did, and morning would come with its usual demands and routines. But in the memories of 3 particular students, and in the pristine classroom deep in the dungeons, something precious remained, knowledge shared, wisdom passed forward, and the quiet satisfaction that came from understanding one's craft not merely as a skill, but as an art worthy of lifelong dedication. The castle settled into its deepest rest, and all was well.